check. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me out there, track officials? Check, check. Check, check. 1, 2. Can you hear me out there? Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, racers, pit crew, and fans, welcome to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. What a beautiful day it is today. My name is Chrissy. Can't wait to start the action out. Friday Night Street Legal's coming right up at 5 o'clock. We'd like to start off by just going over some rules in our street legals. Have your car number and class big, bold, and beautiful on your driver's side windows, please. Clean out the wheel wells before you enter the staging lanes. Fill out your tech card in full. Keep your dogs or any pets on a leash. Be prepared for loud noises on your pet's ears. Mission Raceway is a smoke and drug and alcohol-free facility. Be sure you're doing the speed limit, which is 5 kilometers an hour throughout the park. Anyone 15 or younger is prohibited from riding or driving anything with wheels. You may come and go as you please as long as you have your wristband on your wrist. No refunds, rain checks only offered for up to 365 days after the race. You must use the Lordco bridge to get to and from the spectator to the pit side. No spectating on the bridge, please. Racers cannot double hit. 1 hit per class per round. Racers with passengers must wear a helmet at all times and are prohibited from going faster than a 13.99. Spectators are not permitted on the starting line. Pit crew staff and racers only, please. If you're on the starting line, you must wear closed-toed shoes and be wearing a shirt. Left car exits first off the racetrack. Let's have fun and be safe. Be sure when you're racing that you turn your air conditioning off. Should be a great evening here. Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. We do have a new sponsor. It's Papa John's Pizza. Papa John's just took their signature pepperoni and hand-stuffed it all up inside their garlic-kissed crust. Because the only thing better than Papa John's pepperoni on your pizza is Papa John's pepperoni in your pizza. So get yourself the new epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza. Visit Papa John's just across the Highway 11 in the Junction Shopping Mall or online at papajohns.ca. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. We'll be getting our racing starting off very shortly. If you're hungry, be sure to go see Clara in the concession stand. They've got those walking tacos and chicken poutine on special today. Yum, yum. I see a couple of them up here in the tower right now. We're just getting our track ready for the Friday Night Street Legals here at the Titanium Strip, Mission Raceways. And we'll be starting very shortly. We'll be going over the rules one more time. If you're just coming in now and you missed it, we'll be going over that again just before we start. Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways, going to be starting off very shortly. We'll be running street tire, race tire, and motorcycle class tonight. And I do believe we have a number of cars ready to go. Be sure you follow us on the Facebook page, Mission Raceway Park, or check us out online, missionraceway.com. Just got the lowdown from our race director, Dave, letting us know we'll be starting at around 5:10 or 5:15, just cleaning up our track, changing it back into drag racing for your pleasure. Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply, thanks you for racing with us at the strip and not on the streets. We're going to go over our street legal rules one more time for you. The street legal rules, listen up. Have your car number and class big, bold, and beautiful on the driver's side window so we can see it. Clean out your wheel wells, please, before you enter the staging lanes. Fill out your tech card in full. Keep your dogs or any pets on a leash. Be prepared for loud noises on your pet's ears. Mission Raceway Park is a smoke, drug, and alcohol-free facility. Speed limit is 5 kilometers an hour throughout the race park. Anyone 15 or younger is prohibited from riding or driving anything with wheels. You may come and go as you please as long as you have your wristband on your wrist. No refunds, rain checks only, offered to up to 365 days after the race. You must use the Lordco bridge to get from the spectator side to the pit side, please. No spectating on the bridge. Racers cannot double hit, one hit per class per round. Racers with passengers, you must wear a helmet at all times and you're prohibited from going faster than 13.99. Spectators are not permitted on the start line. Pit crew staff and racers only, please. If you're on the starting line, you must wear closed-toed shoes and be wearing a shirt. Left car exits first off the racetrack. And remember, you cannot run your air conditioning while you're racing on the track. It just puts water on the track. Then let's have fun and be safe. If you're a new racer, you can also write N on your vehicle or put an N on the back of your car for coaching at the starting line if you do need a hand. Big thanks to Titanium Auto Group. Check out their Facebook page to win cash giveaways and chances to win free cars. Titanium Auto Group on Facebook. We've got some big races coming up June 30th to July 3rd. Door Wars 10, West Coast Pro Mods, MDA Fabrication Outlaws 275, Door Slammers, and more. That should be a great time. July 8th to 10th, the Spec D Pro Drift event. July 29th and to 31st, the Loafers Old Time Drags for all that nostalgic cars that you love. Big thanks to Prospect Equipment, sponsoring our start line equipment for our fantastic starting line staff. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply, will be starting in about 10 more minutes. Just a couple final things to do to our track to convert it back to drag racing. Friday Night Street Legals, glad to see you all out here. What a beautiful day it is. My name is Chrissy. Good to see you all. And be sure to stay hydrated today. It is mighty hot out there, folks. So please drink lots of water, a lot of Gatorade, all available at the concession stand. Go see Clara. She also has dinner ready, walking tacos, chicken poutine, and all the good stuff. At the Pro Shop, we've got candy and ice cream as well as t-shirts and hats. Before we get started, just to let you know about Papa John's Pizza, it's Customer Appreciation Week at Papa John's Pizza from June 20th to the 26th. All large pizzas are half price at participating locations. And this is an online offer only, so get your phones out and download the Papa John's app or visit papajohns.ca and enter promo code BCLG50. That promo code is BCLG50. Visit Papa John's just across Highway 11 in the Junction Shopping Center or online at papajohns.ca. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. A new sponsor here for the Titanium Strip Friday Night Street Legals. sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. They would like to say thank you for racing with us at the strip and not on the streets. We're going to be getting underway very shortly with our Friday night street legals, and we'll let you know which lanes that we'll need you to stage in. Remember, 5 kilometers an hour, please, throughout the race park. Keep it safe and have some fun tonight. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, will be starting momentarily. Our spectator side is sponsored by Lordco. Our pit side is sponsored by Torque Specialty Converters. Big thanks to Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating for all of your help. Well, I have this paper in front of me, but that's Comox Valley. Isn't that the island? Big thanks to Papa John's and Titanium Auto Group. Check out Titanium Auto Group's Facebook page to win cash giveaways and a chance to win used vehicles. Hey, I'll take one of those used vehicles. The last one they gave away, a 2012 Hyundai Veloster. A lot better than my 2004 Toyota Corolla, let me tell you. Titanium Auto Group, check them out on Facebook. And while you're on Facebook, check out our Mission Raceway Park page and stay up to date on the latest and greatest here at the Mission Raceway Park. Big races coming up soon, June 31st to July the 3rd. So Canada Day weekend, we have Door Wars 10, West Coast Pro Mods, MDA Fabrication Outlaws 275, Door Slammers, and much, much more. Can't wait for that race. Should be a great weekend, July 8th to 10th. Spec D Pro Drift event, July 29th to 31st, the Loafers Old Time Drag. So big races coming up here at Mission Raceway Park. And of course, Street Legals every other Friday night, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Big thanks to Papa John's Pizza for coming on board and sponsoring Friday Night Street Legals. Be sure you check them out. They're across the street again this week. Half price pizzas with the promo code BCLG50. BCLG50. We'll be starting momentarily. Just cleaning up a little issue at the end of the track. Of course, when we're not drag racing, there's other events going on the other end of the track, which if you're on our Facebook page, you know all about. But in one of them, they actually cross over onto the track. So we got to make sure everything's hunky-dory down there and safe for our street legal guys. We'll be getting underway momentarily. And we're so sorry about this delay. It is a hot day. Be sure to be keeping hydrated, folks. If you're having any kind of issue, please let one of our staff members know. Street Tire, Race Tire, Motorcycle class coming up. Street Tire sponsored by Racing Greed. Race Tire sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, racers, pit crew, and spectators, we're ready to start the titanium strip at Mission Raceway's Friday night street legals. Can we get race tire to lanes 1 and 2, please? Race tire to lanes 1 and 2. Don't forget, racers, you can write an N on the back of your vehicle if you require more coaching at the starting line. If you're new, like me, you can get that extra little helping hand at the starting line from our race director, Dave. Big thanks to Prospect Equipment for sponsoring our starting line equipment. Thank you so much, Prospect. Big thanks to Papa John's Pizza hopping on board, sponsoring the Friday Night Street Legals. And of course, the Titanium Auto Group, a huge sponsor here. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Be sure to check them out online, and I think I might stop by and just check out what kind of cars they'd have, because my car started making a ticking sound today, and it's not good. Gonna check out the Titanium Auto Group tomorrow. We got 3 classes: street tire, sponsored by Racing Greed. Race tire, which is coming right up. Race tire to lanes 1 and 2, please. Race tire to lanes 1 and 2. And of course, motorcycle. Race tire, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. They'd like to thank you for racing with us at the strip and not on the streets. Race tires to lane 1 and 2. All right, our first 2 cars coming up. In the TCS lane, we've got this beautiful red Mustang going against a white Challenger in the Lordco lane. We're going to get all of these drivers' names, don't worry. Just got to get our tech cards entered in. Mustang running at 11.079, and the Dodge with a 13.267. Friday Night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, where you can be the racer and get behind your own vehicle and come race at the strip. It doesn't get much better than that, does it? Got got the white Mustang in the TCS lane and this beautiful, beautiful car in the Lordco lane. Don't worry, we're going to get all the information about these vehicles into our computers so we can let you know who these fine people are racing here at Mission Raceway. TCS lane with a 12.64, 109 miles an hour, and the Lordco lane a 13.893, 99 miles an hour. Two Camaros, one's old and one's new, side-by-side racing action here at Mission Raceway. TCS lane with an 11.50, 117 miles an hour. Lordco lane at 10.817 at 130 miles an hour. What a great race. This is where it's at, folks, the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday night street legals. Be sure that you bring your car out next time, and hello to everybody on the live stream. All right, we've got a Malibu in the TCS lane, Volkswagen in the Lordco lane, a hyper one at that. Wow, amazing. A 9.85, 148 miles an hour. TCS lane at 12.568 at 107 miles an hour. Great racing action already here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Wow. It's only going to get better as we go on. Lordco lane with a 10.521 at 127 miles an hour. TCS lane at 11.17 at 125. We've got a Dodge in the TCS lane, a Corvette in the Lordco lane. What's going to happen here, folks? TCS lane with a 10.392 at 133 miles an hour. Lordco lane at 11.080, 125 miles an hour. Green Cuda versus the motorcycle. Amazing. A 9.094 in the TCS lane, 148 miles an hour for the CUDA, 9.063 at 152 for the bike. Very, very cool. A little track maintenance before we can continue our racing action here at the Titanium Strip. Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Great racing action already, I'll tell you. This is pretty cool race tire here at the Street Legals. We've got a sweet blue Nova here on the TCS side. Going against the Challenger in the Lordco lane. Continuing on with our race tire class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Nova running at 10.848 at 123 miles an hour, and the Lordco lane at 11.646 at 115. S10 versus the Audi. Looks like the S10 having a little problem in the Lordco lane, but he's trying to catch up on that TCS lane. An 11.249 at 121 miles an hour on the TCS lane, a 12.097. Mustang in the TCS lane versus the yellow Charger in the Lordco lane. Don't worry, folks. Oh, here I do. Oh, I don't think that's... Don't worry, folks. We'll have all these drivers' names shortly. All right, there's a red light in the TCS lane, and the Lordco lane with a 12.365 at 108.82 miles an hour. Purple versus red. Great racing action here between these two vehicles. In the TCS lane, a 10.77 at 132 miles an hour. Lordco lane, a 12.474 at 105 miles an hour. We've got a Mustang in the TCS lane versus an S10 pickup in the Lordco lane. TCS lane with a 10.828 at 124 miles an hour. Lordco lane at 12.351 at 107 miles an hour. Can we get street tires to lane 1 and 2, please? Calling street tire class to lanes 1 and 2, please. Here's Corvette versus Mustang. Well, I wasn't expecting that. 11.387 at 128 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. And a red light in the TCS lane, unfortunately. But he'll be back. He's not going to be happy with that at all. Attention in the pits. Street tires to lane 1 and 2. Street tire to lane 1 and 2, please. If you're feeling a little thirsty, folks, we've got the concession stand. Go see Clara for all sorts of refreshments, including the specials of the day, the walking taco and chicken poutine. Yum, yum. I saw a few walking tacos up here in the tower already, so that means they are super delicious. Get your walking taco over at Clara's at the concession stand. Also, the Pro Shop selling t-shirts, candy, and ice cream, hats, and much, much more. Also, a little bird told me Badass Garage is here. Badass Garage, go check them out. See all the cool stuff that they have available for you. Carrying on with our Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, into our street tire class, sponsored by Racing Greed. All right, we've got an Audi in the Lordco lane versus Mercedes in the TCS lane. Pretty darn close, an 11.510 in the TCS lane at 131 miles an hour. And an 11.457 at 122 miles an hour in the other lane. Looks like we got Kai Jesseman from Surrey in the 85 Regal on the TCS lane. Going against the Challenger in the Lordco lane. Slowly and surely we'll get these tech cards keyed in for you. Great pass for Kai, an 11.618 at 116 miles an hour. And the Lordco lane at 12.313 at 111 miles an hour. We got a Ford truck in our Lordco lane, going against, I believe, Kevin Major in our TCS lane. A 12.72 at 108 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Got a Camaro in the Lordco lane versus Stuart Sean, the 79 Chev in the TCS lane. All right. Or Stuart Sean. But he had a red light, so we're going to back him up. All right, restaging Stuart. A 14.220 at 96 miles an hour for Stuart. Lordco lane with an 11.882 at 111 miles an hour. TCS lane a 13.337 at 109. All right, we've got a Corvette in the TCS lane, Volkswagen in the Lordco lane. You never know how this is going to turn out here. over 100 cars racing here this evening with us. That's great to hear. Corvette running at 11.193 at 124 miles an hour. The Lordco Lane with a 12.479 at 107 miles an hour. Volkswagen versus Challenger. Volkswagen with an 11.964 at 116 miles an hour. And the Lordco Lane a 15.621 at 90 miles an hour. We've got an S10 in the TCS lane, Audi in the Lordco lane. Lordco Lane with a 10.439 at 138 miles an hour. TCS lane a 16.702 at 82 miles an hour. We've got an S10 in the TCS lane going against a Volkswagen in the Lordco lane. Don't worry, folks. Just entering all our tech cards in. $13.039 at 103 miles an hour in the Lordco lane, a 17.852 at 75 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Can we get motorcycles to lane 3, please? Motorcycles to lane 3. Got the Dodge going against the Charger here, coming up next at the Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. In our street tire class now, sponsored by Racing Greed. Lordco lane an 11.416 at 123 miles an hour. TCS lane a 13.677 at 97 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles to lane 3, please. Motorcycles to lane 3. Audi versus Malibu. Super close. TCS lane 11.153 at 125 miles an hour and 11.770 in the other lane. Wow, that is side-by-side racing if I've ever seen it. TCS lane a 13.559 at 110 miles an hour, and Lordco lane a 15.177, 89.93 miles an hour. Corvette in the TCS lane versus Camaro in the Lordco lane. Unfortunately, the Corvette with the red light, and the Lordco lane is 16.086 at 90 miles an hour. We got a Ventura in our TCS lane versus a GTO. Don't forget, racers, if you need additional coaching at the starting line, you could write an N on your vehicle, and they will coach you through it. It's pretty amazing when it's your first time out here racing, you know. It's such a cool thing. I wish I was racing right now, to be honest, in any of these vehicles. Lordco lane of 13.761 at 86 miles an hour. Looks like a little difficulty in the TCS lane with the Ventura, a 23.039 at 48 miles an hour. Ford versus Ford coming up next. Anything can happen here at the Titanium Strip Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals. Looks like some rolling coal. Lots of yeah, buddies. A 12.267, 107 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. A 17.233 at 76 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Everybody having fun here this evening. What a beautiful evening it is, folks. Mission, British Columbia is where it is at tonight. Don't forget, next time you can bring your car and come race the Friday Night Street Legals and feel that adrenaline that all these drivers are feeling right now. Coming up next, we've got Audi versus Golf. Don't forget, racers, your windows must be all the way up while you are racing, please. Windows up for safety. Audi with the red light, a little too eager. No time for him, a 16.508 at 86 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Monza versus Civic. Coming up next here in our street tire class. TCS lane, a 15.946. That's 63 miles an hour. Lordco lane, an 18.911 at 41 miles an hour. Got a Porsche in the TCS lane versus Mustang in the Lordco lane. .821 at 116 miles an hour in the TCS lane, at 12.650 at 116.91 miles an hour. Great racing action. Steve Abusini from Poco in the TCS lane on his Honda 1100 XX, going against Johnny Phoenix, driving his Scary Terry, a 2007 ZX14, sponsored by Cascade Power Sports. Steve versus Johnny. Steve having to let off here in the TCS lane, getting a little squirrely. A 9.770 on the Lordco side at 142 miles an hour. Looks like Lee Gallant from Mission going against Shane Harder. TCS lane a 9.362 at 149 miles an hour. Lordco lane a 9.964. TCS lane, Darren Bauman in his 08 XZ14. Not sure who's in the Lordco lane, but this should be a good race, folks. A 10.510 at 148 miles an hour in the TCS lane, a 10.227 at 142. We've got Ralph in the Lordco lane on his Kawasaki ZX14. That's unfortunate. A little bit of issues here in the Lordco lane. Great race with these two bikes. TCS lane 11.362, 124 miles an hour. Lordco lane an 11.361. How close is that? Wow. I'd like to see those two back again, that's for sure. All right, our next two bikes, I don't have them entered in yet. Two very nice looking bikes here in our motorcycle class at the Friday Night Street Legals. In the TCS lane, we've got Goldie, his 2013 Honda, going against Corey Craig in the '05 Suzuki. Goldie with a 12.548, Steve with a 12.264. Back to our street tire class, sponsored by Racing Greed. We've got the Audi versus the Camaro. We've got over 100 vehicles, so our ladies up here, Shelby, is putting in those tech cards as fast as she can over here in the tower. Great to see all the smiling faces out there, all the spectators today. Big hi to all you watching on the live stream as well. Great race and close, an 11.907 at 114 in the TCS lane, 11.949 at 122 in the Lordco lane. Got the Camaro versus the Challenger. $12.672 at 107 in the TCS lane, a 14.292 at 98 miles an hour in the other lane. Great racing action here at the Titanium Strip Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Punch Buggy Lime and you can't say it back, okay? Jaguar versus Volkswagen. You don't see that every day. Lordco lane with a 13.150 at 106 miles an hour. The Volkswagen a 14.724 at 102 miles an hour. That is not too shabby, folks. Challenger versus Mustang coming up next in our street tire class, sponsored by Racing Greed. Oh, yeah. They are side by side, folks. 13.269 at 110 miles an hour in the TCS lane. 13.376 at 107 in the Lordco lane. Volkswagen versus Corvette. At 11.785 at 123 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. 13.928 at 101 miles an hour for the Volkswagen Bug. El Camino versus the Volkswagen. Saw that rear axle just bouncing when he took off. El Camino with an 18.042 at 54 miles an hour. TCS Lane a 15.486 at 90 miles an hour. Corvette in the TCS lane versus an Audi in the Lordco lane. Got a Tesla in the TCS lane. Going against the Buick in the Lordco lane. Those Teslas are no joke, folks. An 11.481 at 118 miles an hour for the Tesla. A 14.207 at 95 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Camaro in the TCS lane going against the Corvette in the Lordco lane. Don't worry, we'll be getting all of these drivers' names shortly. Just keying them all in. There's so many people that just want to come racing today, and we love it. And I'm sure you do too. Just a reminder, there's only one hit per run per class, right? Yeah, one hit, folks. Then you got to wait for your class to come around again so we can get to everybody. An 11.968 at 122 miles an hour in the TCS lane, a 12.618 at 119 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Chevy versus Chevy. Lordco lane with a 13.689 at 111 miles an hour. TCS lane a 14.5 at 113. Challenger in the Lordco lane. And we're not certain what it is in the TCS. Is it a Saturn? Not sure. Have to see what happens here. Friday night street legals, you never know what's going to happen. Be sure to check out our Facebook page, Mission Raceway Park. $12.241 at 118 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. 15.987 at 89 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Dodge versus a Camaro. $13.429 at 105 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. 14.068 at 102 in the TCS lane. TCS lane. Unsure mystery vehicle in the Lordco lane, but what a race this is right now. Pretty close, 13.337 at 108 in the TCS lane, 13.645 at 102 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. We've got James in the Celica versus the Chevelle. A 15.832 at 80 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. And our burnout box boy, James, 18.752 at 80 miles an hour. An 11.299 in the TCS lane at 121 miles an hour, 16.716 at 84 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. .313 at 114 miles an hour on the TCS side, 13.262 at 109 miles an hour. Just a reminder, folks, it's one hit per pass per class. So make sure that you wait for your class to be called again. Chevy versus Corvette here coming up next. Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday night street legals. Corvette with an 11.285 at 123 miles an hour, a 12.740 at 113 for the TCS lane. Right, we've got the Ford truck on the TCS side and Kevin Major on the Lordco lane. Lordco lane with a 13.905 at 99 miles an hour, a 16.697 at 87 miles an hour for the TCS lane. All right, we've got 3/4 of a Honda on the TCS side, going against Kai Jesseman from Surrey in his 85 Regal. Kai running an 11.577, 116 miles an hour. The Honda with a 13.015 at 110. We've got a Tesla versus an Audi coming up next here in our street tire class. The Tesla with a 12.841, 113 miles an hour. But Lordco Lane at 11.585 at 117 miles an hour. Blazer in the Lordco Lane. Volkswagen on the TCS side. $12.678 at 100. Sorry, bad timing for the batteries to go out in your microphone. An 11.596 at 124 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Dave, our track official, just heading out there, checking out, making sure the track is A-OK. Nice to see all the spectators, even a couple friends out there. Nice to see you all and your smiling faces. Be sure to hydrate. Look at you, Rob. A little bit of track maintenance before we continue on with our evening. The Titanium Strip Admission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Big thanks to Papa John's Pizza for coming on board. Don't forget, it's Customer Appreciation Week at Papa John's Pizza. A couple of days left to take advantage of the all large pizzas are half price. It's an online offer only, so make sure you download the Papa John's app or visit papajohns.ca and enter the promo code BCLG50. That's BCLG50. Visit Papa John's just across the highway in the Junction Shopping Center or online at papajohns.ca. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. Big thanks also to Titanium Auto Group for all your help. And Prospect Equipment, sponsoring our starting line equipment. Thank you very much. We have Badass Garage here. Be sure to check them out, as well as the Pro Shop, t-shirts, candy, ice cream, hats, and a lot of cool stuff in there for your man or woman cave. If you're feeling a little thirsty or hungry, check out the concession stand. Claire is there, and they've got a special walking tacos, as well as chicken poutine. It's making my stomach growl. I've had a couple walking tacos. I see one right now up here in the tower, a matter of fact. Walking tacos, chicken poutine available at the concession stand. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Racers, extremely important. Your car number must match what you wrote on your tech card. It's pretty simple. Your car number must match what you wrote on your tech card, so please double check. And a reminder, folks, no double hits. There's just no double hits. You got to wait for the next class, folks. And there's a little addendum here from Shelby. Says if we catch you, there's going to be some serious repercussions. So please, you don't want Shelby to be angry.
I'll kick you out.
We all really want Shelby to be very, very happy. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get race tire to lane 1 and 2? Race tires to lane 1 and 2. Motorcycle on standby, please. Race tire to lane 1 and 2. Motorcycles on standby. Don't forget about our next big race, Canada Day weekend, June 30th to July the 3rd, Door Wars 10, West Coast Pro Mods, MDA Fabrication Outlaws 275, Door Slammers, and much, much more. I can't wait for this race. I will absolutely be here, but you'll actually have a real announcer, Jerry, and he has a great voice, great guy. July 8th to 10th, Spec D Pro Drift event. July 29th to 31st, Loafers Old Time Drags, all those nostalgic cars that you love. Be sure that you've joined our Facebook page, Mission Raceway Park, for all the latest and greatest of the goings-on here. And we have a website, missionraceway.com. Big thanks to Mopac Auto Supply for sponsoring the Friday Night Street Legals. They say thank you for racing with us at the strip and not on the streets. And we thank you as well, keeping our streets safer, getting all of your aggression out here at the track with us. And hey, if you are watching today and you have a vehicle, hey, you've seen all sorts of vehicles have been coming out here today. Yours can too. You may see a 2004 Toyota Corolla next race, because I don't know. I've got the racing itch for sure. Need to go racing. And I know you do too, and these racers here, they're having a great time. We're here and back. They're all having fun here. It's a little warm, but hey, you don't have to wear a fire suit with fire socks and fire shoes and a helmet. This is Street Legals. Be sure to have your air conditioning off, however, as you're racing down the track. All race tires, you should be making your way over to lane 1 and 2, please. All race tires to lane 1 and 2. Carrying on at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply, we have our race tire class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. All right, we've got some names. Adam Blender in his 2018 Audi going against Ricky Bazran from Surrey in his Mustang. .293 for Ricky at 120 miles an hour. Adam with an 11.260, 121 miles an hour. Ved MM in his 2008 BMW going against Ryan in his 2007 GT 500. Pretty darn close race here. Lordco Lane takes it at 11.307. Ryan at 125 miles an hour. And Ved with an 11.574 at 127 miles an hour. Kevin Wicks in his 2022 Dodge in the TCS lane going against Jared Balfour, 2015 Dodge in the Lordco lane. Actually, it looks like it's a Nissan 350Z. Holy moly, does it ever go? Jared with a 10.6 at 114 miles an hour. Kevin with a 12.224, 112. Mark Fiddler in the TCS lane, the 73 Camaro going against Damien in the 1988 Mustang. Great pass from Mark in the Camaro, an 11.428 at 118 miles an hour. Damien with a 12.099. 112 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Oscar Joseph on the TCS lane for Mission in his car called Sweetness, a 2006 Chrysler, going against Derek in Red Ruby, 2015 Mustang. And Derek taking it in Red Ruby, an 11.075, 129 miles an hour. Oscar with a 12.129, 121 miles an hour. All right, we've got a Mustang in the TCS going against Stephen Kennedy in the 2020 Chev. Wow, look at that, a 10.799, 130 miles an hour for Steven. Also the 130 miles an hour, but an 11.079 in the TCS lane. Great racing here tonight. Friday night street legals. Over 100 vehicles racing here. Amazing. TCS side, Todd Smith, a 69 Nova. Going against Daryl in his 80 Malibu. Nova with a 10.896, 122 miles an hour. Daryl with a 12.532 at 105. On the TCS side, we've got Ross Walker, 2016 Corvette, going against a 2016 Ford. No name given. He's a stranger. Ford versus Vet. An 11.090 at 129 miles an hour for Ross Walker, and 11.682 at 120 for the Lordco lane. Don Murray in the Green Goblin 70 CUDA. Going against the motorcycle. Oh my God, the motorcycle takes it 8.948, 152 miles an hour. Don Murray with a 9.12. Great racing action here. Scott Mornew, a 1986 S10 on the Lordco side. Going against Chevelle in the TCS lane. All right, there's something on the trackers. There's some issue, so we're just hanging on. We're in holding mode here at the Titanium Strip. Mission Raceway is a Friday night street legal sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Now, I'm new at this. This is only my third race announcing, but this is the best race that I have ever announced in my life. This is amazing. These cars are great. Beautiful evening. All you spectators and your smiling faces, thanks for being here. And everybody on the live stream, hey, you're missing out on a great race in person. We hope to see you out here next time. Be sure to bring your car next time. You could be just like these cool dudes racing at Street Legals. I'm sure we'll see some grudge matches a little bit later. You know, wants to race your buddy. Maybe they've got a little side bet. You never know. Grudge matches coming later. Let us know if you are interested in that. Don't forget about Papa John's Pizza. Right across the highway, folks, Papa John's took their signature pepperoni and hand-stuffed it all up inside their garlic-kissed crust. Because the only thing better than Papa John's pepperoni on your pizza is Papa John's Pizza pepperoni in your pizza. So get yourself the new epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza. Visit Papa John's just across Highway 11 at the Junction Shopping Center. Or online at papajohns.ca. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. Making me hungry already. Thank you for sponsoring Friday Night Street Legals along with Mopac Auto Supply. All right, it looks like we're all good, ready to rock and roll here, carrying on in our race tire class. Scott with an 11.257 at 120 miles an hour. TCS side a 12.151 at 117. All right, a little track prep before we carry on with the Friday Night Street Illegals. A little bit of gas spillage, apparently. We've got to definitely clean that up. Big thanks to Prospect Equipment sponsoring our starting line equipment, helping out our starting line staff big time. Be sure to check out Titanium Auto Group's Facebook page. They're constantly giving away cash giveaways, free passes to Mission Raceway, and occasionally free cars. Check them out, Titanium Auto Group on Facebook. Rex Jessamine and the 80 Blazer on the TCS side going against Dan on the Lordco side. Rolling some coal. Dan. Unfortunately, a red light for Dan. 10.392 at 134 miles an hour for Rex in the Blazer, and 11.743 at 117 for Dan, but a red light, unfortunately. We'll see those two back. We've got Andrew Markham in his 2012 Charger on the TCS side, going against Nick Angelucci in his 78 Malibu. Hello, awesomeness. Nick with an 11.016, 121 miles an hour. Andrew with a 12.404 at 108 in the TCS lane. We've got Tony on the TCS side in his cool 73 Nova going against C. Hookham in his 2010 Dodge on the Lordco side. All right, Tony on the TCS side with his Nova. C. Hookham with his 2010 Dodge on the Lordco side. The Nova with a 10.524, 127 miles an hour. Lordco Lane a 13.025 at 106. Mustang in the TCS lane, cool car in the Lordco lane. Lordco Lane with a 12.860, 111 miles an hour. TCS side a 13.049 at 108. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get the street tire class to lane 1 and 2, please? Street tires to lane 1 and 2, please. Mustang versus S10 as we carry on. On the TCS side, a 10.817 and 124 miles an hour. Lordco Lane, a 12.405 at 107. BMW versus the old Mustang. BMW was like, An 11.073 at 126 for the TCS lane, a 13.076 at 79 miles an hour in the other lane. Got Shane Harder in the Lordco lane, a 2005 Suzuki GSXR 1000 Turbo. And in the TCS lane, we don't have his information. TCS lane at 10.237 at 141 miles an hour, and the Lordco lane an 8.682, 158 miles an hour. Wow, Shane. We've got George, TK Performance in the 2019 Road King on the TCS lane versus Dustin and the TK Performance Harley. Lifting that tire right up. Very close. TCS side 11.077 at 129. Lordco lane 11.201 at 125. Wow, these bikes are fast. Tom Kadnick, TK Performance 2021 Harley Davidson in the TCS side, and Chris Waynes in the Monster 2013 bike on the Lordco lane. With a big wheelie on the TCS side, Chris with an 8.920 at 153 miles an hour, and 11.122 for Tom at 132. Lee Gallen for Mission on the TCS side, going against Johnny Phoenix in the Scary Terry 2007 ZX14, sponsored by Cascade Power Sports. TCS side 8.870 with, get this, 167 miles an hour. Johnny with a 9.467 at 144. 167 miles an hour, dang. That is amazing. In the TCS side, we got Corey Craig in his 2005 Suzuki. And in the Lordco side, we've got Steve from Poco in his Honda 1100 XX. Steve Abusini versus Corey Craig. And Corey Craig catches up at 9.484 at 159. And a 10.095 and 87 miles an hour. That doesn't sound right. All right, we're going back into our street class. We've got a Volkswagen going against the GTO. Street tire class sponsored by Racing Greed. TCSI an 11.971 at 116 miles an hour. Lordco Lane a 15.586, 89.86 miles an hour. Corvette in the TCS side versus an S10 on the Lordco Lane. Corvette with a 12.704, 114.51 miles an hour. Lordco Lane a 15.738 at 91 miles an hour. S10 versus Mustang. Lordco side a 14.187 at 107 miles an hour. TCS side a 16.150 at 86 miles an hour. Volkswagen on the TCS side going against Stuart Sean in the 79 Chev. TCS side of 13.137 at 108 versus Stewart's 14.812 at 92 miles an hour. Byron Hallowen in the 2017 Audi in the Lordco Lane. And a Dodge in the TCS lane. Byron with an 11.738 at 121. And the TCS side, a 13.685 at 98 miles an hour. Challenger versus Ford truck rolling coal. Nice run for that truck at 12.978, 110 miles an hour. TCS side of 14.282 at 101. Dart versus Audi as we carry on with our street class. A 10.173 at 140 miles an hour in the Lordco side, and 11.829 at 112 for the Dart. Charger versus Blue Ford. Ardish. Ardish with an 11.757 at 124 miles an hour. All right, we've got James, our burnout boy box dude. Burnout box boy. Yeah. He's not going to like that. Get going, James. Red light for James, unfortunately. He's a beginner like me. It's okay. 14.053 at 111 miles an hour on the Lordco side. Audi in the TCS lane. Going against the Blazer, it's Kevin Major on the Lordco side. Wow, an 11.137 at 126 miles an hour on the TCS side, 13.956, 99 miles an hour for Kevin Major. Volvo versus Porsche. Bring your Volvo out and race a Porsche. That's what we do here at the Titanium Strip. Mission Raceways, the Porsche with an 11.4943 at 115 miles an hour. Volvo at 14.443, 96 miles an hour. Honda and a Corvette here at the Titanium Strip. Wow, that Honda is impressive. Close race, but the Lordco side gets it at 12.567 at 120 miles an hour. The Honda with a 12.970. All right, two red Mustangs coming up next. All right, TCS side of 13.313 at 118, but the Lordco side of 12.113 at 123 miles an hour. Volkswagen on the TCS side, an old beauty on the Lordco side. Can't wait till we get all these tech cards put in. Lordco side of 13.943 at 97 miles an hour. TCS side taking it to 13.529. Rambler versus AMC. TCS lane of 14.878 at 90 miles an hour. Lordco side of 16.463 at 82 miles an hour. We've got a Tesla versus the Ford truck. You got to watch out for these Teslas, I'm telling you. Oh, Diesel rolling coal in the Lordco lane. Tesla with a 12.792 at 113 miles an hour and a 12.444 at 112 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Mazda versus the Ventura. Ventura with a 15.294 at 90 miles an hour. TCS side of 13.479 at 110. Right, in the TCS side, we've got a Challenger versus the Volkswagen on the Lordco lane. Lordco side of 14.217 at 103 and TCS side 14.486. GTR versus Audi. Close race, GTR at 10.401 at 135 versus a 10.625 at 129 in the Lordco lane. Tesla versus maybe an Acadian, not sure, but very cool car. At 11.307 at 122 in the Lordco lane, 13.353 at 103 in the TCS side. Corvette versus Volkswagen Bug coming up next. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. 12.743 at 124 in the TCS lane, a 13.428 at 101 for the Lordco side. Infinity in the TCS lane going against the Camaro on the Lordco side. It does look like we have a female driver on the Lordco side. So go, girl, go. TCS side of 13.549 at 107. And Lordco Lane of 15.316 at 92. Audi versus Infinity. Audi with an 11.587 at 120. Lordco Lane at 12.214 at 113. Camaro on the Lordco side. $15.373 at 94 miles an hour for the Camaro. Infinity versus Camaro. TCS side, an 11.542 at 122 miles an hour. Lordco Lane, a 12.845 at 107. Another Infinity here in our TCS lane, going against a Civic in the Lordco lane. $12.248 at 115 in the TCS side, a 13.069 at 117 miles an hour on the Lordco lane. Carrying on with our street class. Another Infinity versus Camaro situation. Don't forget about Claire at the concession stand. If you need some water, refreshments, please head on over there and stay hydrated. $13.391 at 106 in the Lordco lane, 14.066 at 102 in the TCS. It's another infinity. What is happening? Infinity versus Chevy. I keep saying this. $13.341 at 103 for the Infinity, and a 14.799 at 108 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Jaguar in the TCS side. And I guess the Camaro in the Lordco side. Camaros not fooling around at 12.273 at 120 miles an hour. TCS side at 13.231. Jessamine and the 85 Regal. He's from Surrey on the Lordco side. Kai with an 11.864 at 116 miles an hour. TCS side at 12.887 at 106. We've got a Tesla versus a Camaro. 3rd lane at 12.175 at 120 miles an hour. And the TCS side at 13.918 at 105. Just a reminder, racers, the left lane has the right-of-way. It's a left lane exits the track first, please. Left lane has the right-of-way. Dodge versus Dodge. $12.215 at 115 on the TCS side, 13.433 at 102 on the Lordco lane. Over 100 vehicles racing here tonight at the Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. An 11.640 at 118 miles an hour on the TCS side, the Tesla. 12.374 and 118 on the Lordco side. Firebird versus Camaro. Firebird taking it, but just a 13.009 at 107 and 13.161 at 111 in the TCS lane. Challenger versus Malibu. That's close. Malibu with a 12.109 at 105. TCS side at 12.166 at 121. What am I even looking at here? Flat deck Ford versus Ford pickup. This is awesome. I'm a dump truck driver, so maybe I should bring my dump truck. What do you think? I'm telling you, I can shift. I might be able to take on that flat deck. Rolling coal all over the place. The pickup truck with a 16.747 at 77 miles an hour. And the TCS side is 17.110 at 87 miles an hour. So, hey, not bad, my friend. All right, we've got a Ford pickup truck in the TCS lane and KYs in the 2015 VW. Looks like there's even a passenger in the TCS lane. So, hey, if you have a vehicle you want to race, hey, let the wife drive and you be the passenger, huh? What do you think of that? The pickup in the TCS lane, a 15.939 at 88 miles an hour. And the Lordco side, a 17.533 at 82 miles an hour. Lots of racing action yet to come here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Corvette versus BMW. $11.893 at 116 for the BMW, 13.363, 112 for the Vet. Buick versus Volkswagen. Man, at 1,000 feet it was close. 13.995 at 102 on the TCS side. And my computer just switched, but it was a 14-second pass on the Lordco side. Dodge versus BMW. I may need to consider investing in a BMW SUV. A 12.065 at 115 miles an hour in the Lordco side, 14.037 at 102 on the TCS side. Dodge versus Pontiac. $13.601 at 109 on the TCS side, 13.721 at 102 on the Lordco side. Close race. Aiden Katnick on the TCS side, part of TK Performance, going against Calver Dollywall on the Lordco side. Aiden with an 11.251 at 133 miles an hour. Calver with a 15.114 at 88 miles an hour. Blazer versus BMW. Wow, he really got that thing going here in the TCS side. An 11.844 at 113 miles an hour. And a 13.031 at 114 on the Lordco lane. Cameron Snow in the Snowmobile, the 2002 Nissan in the TCS lane, going against the Dodge in the Lordco lane. Yeah, it's not a Nissan, it's an Audi. Probably not even that guy. You're right. Sorry. Lordco lane at 12.682 at 111 miles an hour. And the Audi at 13.996 at 98 miles an hour. Next up, we've got Audi versus Audi. $11.511 at 120 miles an hour in the TCS side, 14.161 at 103 on the Lordco side. Mustang versus Jeep coming up next. Friday night street legals. Lordco side of 13.329 at 101 and TCS side 13.631 at 110 miles an hour. Audi versus Ethan on the Lordco side in the 2018 Audi. Ethan with an 11.580 at 118 miles an hour. TCS side an 11.616 at 118 miles an hour. Very close race for those two. Chevy versus Mercedes. Mercedes with an 11.720 at 123. TCS side at 12.695 at 113. Corvette in the TCS side versus Volkswagen, Lordco lane. Surprisingly close. The Corvette with a 13.233 at 106. Volkswagen 13.470 at 114. Pickup truck versus the blue car. Lordco lane, a 14.114 at 99 miles an hour. TCS side of 15.327 at 92 miles an hour. What's happening here? Tesla with an 11.499, 117 miles an hour. Lordco lane at 12.467 at 112. Versus Mercedes action. Oh, this is not good over there. 11.366 at 127 in the Lordco lane. 13.305 at 74 miles an hour on the TCS side. Right, we're just going to take a look at the track. That was a lot of oil smoke. Hopefully none of it on the track. And just for safety reasons, we're going to get out there and check it out. All the new racers, just so you know, if there's red lights flashing, that means there's a situation on the track. That means you just need to chill out for a momento while our track officials take care of the situation. Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. So glad to have you all here with us tonight on this beautiful Mission evening. Can't believe it's already 7:45 and it's so warm still. Wow, and we should have a great weekend coming up this weekend weather-wise. So thanks for spending your time here with us at Mission Raceway. Love having you all here. I love seeing you all here. My name's Chrissy. I'm new here, but street legals, I think this is my thing now. This is so cool. These racers are very cool. You could be a racer too. These guys pay $50 and they race for 4 or 5 hours. Hey, there isn't a better deal in town. So bring your car and come race with us Friday Night Street Legals every 2 weeks. Not sure what's going on there. .068 at 126 miles an hour at Lordco side, and a 16.908 at 71 miles an hour on the TCS side. Volkswagen versus Volkswagen next up here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Lordco side, a 12.523, 116 miles an hour. TCS side, a 13.283 at 110 miles an hour. All right, Lordco lane, we've got a Volkswagen, and TCS side, we have the gentleman that put his glass in for his window, so now he can race. Tech is shutting down at 8 o'clock. If you haven't teched your car, now is the time. Tech shutting down at 8. Please have your car teched if you have not. 13.504 TCS side at 113 miles an hour. And a 14.235 at 93 miles an hour. Okay. Ford versus Ford. Old Ford versus new Ford. .979 at 111 miles an hour. Lordco side at 13.584 on the other side. We've got Sean Spurns on the TCS lane. That is Sylvia S14 in the Lordco lane. Never heard of it. .825 at 108 miles an hour on the TCS side, 16.476 at 85 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. BMW versus FRS. $13.388 at 122 miles an hour on the TCS side. A 16.044 at 87 miles an hour on the Lordco side. Tesla versus Jaguar here. Those Teslas, listen to this, 138 miles an hour, 10.462. Lordco side at 12.678 at 111. I may have to consider the Teslas, I'm telling you. I know I was saying BMWs before, but when I win the Lotto Max, I might need buy both, you know. I might let you race one of them too, but I'm racing the Tesla for sure. Friday Night Street Legals showing us how it's done here. All right, this is the last car of Street Tire, I believe, Volkswagen. Okay, he left before the tree activated, so we don't have a time for him. Just a reminder, tech shuts down at 8 o'clock. If you have not teched your car, now is the time. We're going to take a brief 10-minute break here. We've got some track maintenance to do. We're also going to reboot our computers up here and track maintenance, so we will be back after a very brief intermission. All right, so I'm just going to take a couple minutes break myself and run over and get me a walking taco. You can too. Check out the concession stand to go see Clara. Walking tacos and chicken poutine is the specials today. I heard a rumor that the mini donut shop's open, but we are sending someone to confirm. All right, so brief intermission, folks. Get yourself some refreshments. And if you haven't teched, please do so now. We'll be back after a very short intermission.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Race tire, race tire. This is your call to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2 for race tire. This means motorcycle, you are on standby. Motorcycle, this is your standby call. And for anybody wanting to do a grudge match, you can go into lane 4. Grudge matches in lane 4, race tire in lanes 1 and 2, and motorcycle, this is your standby call.
All right, the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply, just about to restart. Thanks for your patience. Little track maintenance. Now a little bit of issues here. I must have kicked this computer a little too hard. When we rebooted it, it's not happy. So we've got Shelby and Anna in here. We've got everybody working on it, so we're going to get that solved just in a couple minutes. Big thanks to Titanium Auto Group for sponsoring this raceway. Be sure to check them out online on their Facebook page. They are always giving away cash giveaways, and also from time to time I've seen them give away free cars. Titanium Auto Group on Facebook. While you're on Facebook, join our Facebook page. Mission Raceway Park keeps you informed on everything that's going down here. And I'll tell you, there's some seriously cool stuff coming up. Door Wars 10, Canada Day weekend. What are you doing? Well, you should be here. West Coast Pro Mods, MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275, Door Slammers, and more. It's going to be quite the weekend. Then July 8th to 10th, the Spec D Pro Drift event, if you're into the Pro Drifts. July 29th to 31st, the Loafers Old Time Drags, all those nostalgic cars that you love. I love them. You know, I am of a certain age that those cars appeal to me. If you're getting thirsty or hungry, I know it's dinner time for me pretty soon. The concession stand, we've got Clara over there. It's the specials of the day, walking tacos, chicken poutine, but much, much more. Always the great food here at the Mission Raceway concession stand. Also the Pro Shop, they've got t-shirts, hats, candy, and ice cream. And ice cream sure sounds good right about now. If you need some refreshments, be sure to stay hydrated and keep hydrated, sorry. Big thanks to Prospect Equipment, sponsoring our starting line equipment. Couldn't do this without them. Also, Badass Garage is here. And I also heard, you know, the donut place is open. And is that what you got from the donut place, what you're drinking? Frappuccino. Okay, I don't drink coffee, but that has whipped cream and it looks delicious. Wow, the donut shop's open. I believe it's called the BS Coffee Shop. Mini donuts, delicious frappuccinos, and all the chinos, I bet. Check it out. Yum, yum. All right. Hey, look at that. My computer's working just like that. Thank you, racing gods. Whoa, and there's even names. This is getting better and better, folks. Good to have you out here with us. Friday night street legals. Great to see all your smiling faces enjoying a beautiful evening with us. Adam Blender, 2018 Audi S4 in the TCS lane, going against Dorian Unkovic in his 2008 335i, I believe it's a BMW. Adam versus Dorian. Adam with a great reaction time. An 11.296 at 121 miles an hour, and Dorian at 11.096 at 122 miles an hour. Pretty close. Rex Jessamine in the 1980, there's no 1980 Blazer here. Challengers side by side. Could be Rex and Suhukum. No. A 10.445 at 134 miles an hour on the TCS side. 13.222 at 105 in the other lane. Oscar Joseph from Mission in his 2006 Chrysler. He's named Sweetness. Going against the Corvette in the Lordco lane. Unfortunately, Oscar in his sweetness, a red light. But the Corvette with a 10.998 at 125 miles an hour. Mark Fiddler in his 1973 Camaro going against Kevin Wicks in his 2022 Dodge. Side-by-side racing here, folks. Kevin with an 11.289 at 121 miles an hour, and Mark with an 11.459 at 118 miles an hour. On the TCS side, we've got a Mustang and a 2016 Ford on the Lordco lane. An 11.605 at 129 in the TCS lane, 11.755 at 124 in the other lane. Jared Balfour in the Nissan 350Z going against Ricky Bazran in the Mustang. That was pretty interesting. Hope he didn't hurt anything there. A 12.390 at 120 miles an hour for Ricky Bazran from Surrey in his Mustang. All right, Jared Balfour is going to exit the track for now. We know he'll be back for his next hit in the next time we run Race Tire. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycles to lane 2, please? Motorcycles to lane 2. All right, looks like Jared Balfour and his Nissan 350Z is ready for another go. That's a production. Great pass, though, a 10.275 at 101 miles an hour. Ross Walker in his 2016 Corvette going against Tony in his 1973 Nova. That Nova just totally launched. That was awesome. I need a Nova too. A 10.502, 127 miles an hour. Ross with an 11.037, 129 miles an hour. We have the coolest street legals around, don't we? Tesla in the TCS lane. Going against Stephen Kennedy in his 2020 Chev ZL1. The Tesla, brace yourself, 143 miles an hour, a 10.127. Stephen with an 11.704 at 128 miles an hour. Heading into our street tires. Got a Volkswagen in the TCS lane going against the Audi in the Lordco lane. Lordco lane at 11.572, 118 miles an hour. TCS lane at 12.207 at 115. In the TCS lane, we've got Todd Smith in that 69 Nova. He's going against Darren in the 1989 Mustang. Todd with an 11.110 at 122 miles an hour. Darren with a 10.862 at 124. Manny Billy in the 1981's Oldsmobile Cutlass in the TCS lane going against Karen Price in her 1987 Chev. Karen with the red light, unfortunately. Manny with a 10.395, 133 miles an hour. What a great looking car too, isn't it? Andrew Markham, 2012 Charger in the TCS lane going against Scott Monroe, 86 S10. Scott Morneau, a 10.496, 129 miles an hour. Andrew with a 14.561 at 107. Anthony Fadeninik, a 69 Beaumont from TK Performance, going against Nick Angelucci in a 78 Malibu. Nick with a 10.978 at 122 miles an hour. Anthony with an 11.456 at 121. Love this race in action here at Street Legals. We've got Brian on the TCS side in his Mustang going against Dan. That Roland Cole thing, it never gets old. A 10.755 at 115 miles an hour. Brian with an 11.672 at 122 miles an hour. We've got the Dart in the TCS lane going against Daryl in his 80 Malibu. Daryl Pudicombe, 80 Malibu, going against the Dart. John Sayer with an 11.910 at 111 miles an hour. Daryl with a 12.935 at 105. Joseph Cover in Raven, his 91 Stang, going against Roland Lowen in his 1955 Ford. Side-by-side racing action again here. Look at this. Roland with a 12.386 at 109. Joseph with a 12.743 at 107. Great racing here. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Friday Night Street Legals. Love having you here and love having you spend your evening with us. Racing is a beautiful thing. Ryan in his 2007 GT5. Going against the Jaguar. Ryan with an 11.337 at 129 miles an hour. And the Jag with a 12.838 at 113. Ved MM in the winner, the 2008 BMW, going against that red Corvette in the Lordco lane. All right, attention in the pits. We have not called street tire. We have not called it. Therefore, you should not be filling the lanes at this time. 11.048 at 125 miles an hour for Ved, and the Vet with a 12.092 at 106. All right, we've got motorcycles. Steve Abuzini from Port Coquitlam, British Columbia, in his Honda 1100XX in the TCS lane, going against Corey Craig in his 2005 Suzuki. Wow. Steve with a 9.428 at 168 miles an hour. Corey Craig, a 9.158 at 163. That is fast. Man, I couldn't do it, folks. These guys are amazing. Amazing, all of these racers. Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. They'd like to say thank you for racing with us at the strip and not on the streets. Great evening. It's getting a little cooler, thank goodness. It's great to have all you guys out here hanging out with us for the evening. It's a beautiful thing. It's nice to see your smiling faces and all the kids. It's a great night. Looks like we're just checking out the track. Track officials just checking it out, making sure everything is good to go for these motorcycles. I mean, heck, they're going really, really fast. We don't want anything on that track at all. Big thanks to Papa John's Pizza for coming on board and sponsoring the Friday Night Street Legals. Don't forget, it's Customer Appreciation Week at Papa John's Pizzas. All large pizzas are half price. This is an online offer, so download the app, Papa John's app, or visit papajohns.ca and enter promo code BCLG50. That promo code is BCLG50. Papa John's is just across Highway 11 in the Junction Shopping Center, or order online, papajohns.ca. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. Darren Bauman, a 2008 XL14 in the TCS lane. And unfortunately, no information for our Lordco lane driver, but I know he's quick. Another close race, Lordco Lane, a 10.113 at 140 miles an hour. And a 10.378 for Darren. We got Lee Gallant from Mission, BC in the TCS lane going against Johnny Phoenix on Scary Terry, a 2007 ZX14, sponsored by Cascade Power Sports. This is really close. Look at this, 9.169 for Lee, 160 miles an hour, and 9.459 for Johnny. This is great motorcycle racing right here. We've got Chris on the TCS side on his Monster 2013 going against James on the 09 Victory. An 8.988, 153 miles an hour for Chris on the TCS side. 13.785 at 95 miles an hour for James. We've got Nathan in the TCS lane. Unsure on the Lordco lane. Nathan with a 10.906 at 145 miles an hour. Lordco side a 12.460 at 120. Dustin's in the TCS lane. TK Performance Harley going against Tom Katnick. Another TK Performance bike, a 2021 Harley Davidson. Dustin Eagledon, a 10.673 at 130 miles an hour, and Tom with a 10.921 at 134 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get street tires to lane 1 and 2, please? Street tire to lane 1 and 2. Shane Harder, 2005 Suzuki GSXR 1000 Turbo. An 8.672, 153 miles an hour. Street tires to lane 1 and 2, please. Street tires to lane 1 and 2. If Catherine Roos is here, Catherine ROOS, can you come up to the tower, please? We have something of yours. We've got Richard in the TCS lane in his Honda. Going against the BMW in the Lordco lane. Richard with a 12.914 at 111 miles an hour, and Lordco lane with a 12.757 at 122. We've got Kay Weiss in the 2015 Volkswagen in the Lordco lane, going against the Chevelle in the TCS side. Street tire to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4. There's just so many of you. Attention in the pits. Street tires to lane 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. TCS lane a 13.542 at 115 miles an hour, and K with a 17.006, 82 miles an hour. 13.899 at 93 miles an hour in the TCS lane. 13.366 at 102 in the far lane. We have Matt in a 92 S10 on the TCS side, and we have Leonard Banky in the 1984 S10. Just a reminder, all racers, you need to have your windows rolled up all the way down the track. It's just lucky you don't have to wear a fire suit and a fire socks and a neck brace and a helmet like the big boys do. We're just having some fun. Just keep your windows up and the AC off, please. Matt versus Leonard. Pretty close race, but Matt with a 15.414, 89 miles an hour versus Leonard's 15.939, 88 miles an hour. Great racing action here, I'm telling you. Friday Night Street Legals is where it's at. Dave Lay in this 2013 Dodge going against Jeff Board in his 2001 Chev. A 14.167 at 101 miles an hour for Dave, and Jeff with a 13.124 at 107 miles an hour. Tesla rush on YouTube in the Lordco lane, the 2020 Tesla. With an 11.495 at 116 miles an hour for the Tesla, and 11.907 and 127 for the TCS lane. It was Adam Case in the 97 Ford in the Lordco lane with a 10.073. 142 miles an hour? Holy moly. And a 12.167 and 113 miles an hour in the other lane. Stefan in his 2015 Ram going against Rob in his 2007 Ford Rolling Coal. It never gets old. That is so cool. I wish my dump truck did that, but that probably would be not good. An 11.923, 112 miles an hour for Rob. And Stefan with a 13.689 at 97 miles an hour. All right, we've got a Mustang in the TCS lane. I want to say Jag in the other lane, not sure. Anna's my car girl up here. I couldn't do this job without Anna. She can identify almost every car. She's amazing. 11.420 at 127 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. TCS lane at 12.989 at 119 miles an hour. James Duff, 1994 Toyota in the TCS lane. going against Jingzi Wang 2019 Audi. Great pass for the Audi at 10.737, 128 miles an hour. James with a 15.805, 92 miles an hour. Rick Havas, 2006 Dodge in the TCS lane, going against Adam Hanscom in the 1967 Firebird. Really close right now. Holy moly. Wow. 13.303 for Rick in the Dodge at 110, 13.169 in the Lordco lane. These races are getting really close now. Honda versus Honda here at Mission Raceway. Tons of racing action here. Still left to go. It's early yet, folks. The titanium strip at Mission Raceway's Friday night street legals. TCS side is 16.229 at 88 miles an hour. Lordco lane is 17.665, 78 miles an hour. Beautiful evening. Cooling down nicely. Kevin Wilson in his 2017 Mustang on the TCS side. Kevin with a 13.351 at 110 miles an hour. Lordco lane a 13.775 at 103. Ethan on the Lordco side, 2018 Audi, going against the Infinity on the TCS side. The Infinity running at 12.156, 116 miles an hour. Ethan in the Audi an 11.561 at 119 miles an hour. Harsimran Sidhu on the Lordco side, a 2019 GT, going against an Audi on the TCS side. Audi with an 11.247 at 126 miles an hour. Harsimran 13.210 at 106. We've got Debbie in her 69 Firebird going against the Dodge and Lordco lane. Debbie with a 13.286 at 104 miles an hour. Lordco lane with a 12.554 at 121 miles an hour. We've got Infinity versus BMW. Don't forget to bring your vehicle next time to the Friday night street legals and have some fun, just like these guys It's only $50 to race for hours and hours. Lordco side at 12.696 at 108 miles an hour. TCS side 14.073 at 103. Infinity and BMW again. Infinity taking it with an 11.543 at 122 miles an hour. Lordco side an 11.933 at 119 miles an hour. Here comes Porsche versus Volkswagen. Porsche was like, no, I'm out of here. A 10.639, 135 miles an hour for that Porsche. A 15.343 at 102 for the Volkswagen. Got the Mustang in the TCS lane, and we have Jeff in the 2001 Chevy Corvette. Corvette with a 13.220 at 107. And TCS lane 12.229, 125 miles an hour. Okay. Got a Volkswagen versus an Infinity. Don't forget to get your mini donuts from the BS Coffee Shop. Mini donuts, frappuccinos, all the chinos, and they all have whipped cream on top. 13.293 on the TCS lane, 104 miles an hour. Lordco lane a 13.581 at 102 miles an hour. All right, Dodge versus Dodge. 11.997 at 116 miles an hour on the TCS side. We've got a Corvette on the TCS side going against Aiden Katnick, part of TK Performance, in his Corvette. So here we go. It's on Corvette versus Corvette. $12.995 on the TCS side, 112 miles an hour. And looks like some problems, unfortunately, on the Lordco side. Computer's getting a little squirrely again, so hopefully I'm getting the right drivers. However, they do get their time slips at the end, so we know who's who, and we do have their numbers that are displayed on the side of the car. Tesla versus the Nissan. Wish I had more information on that car. Oh. There's a lot of O's going on in the tower. 11.539 at 117 miles an hour for the Tesla. And he's just taking it easy, you know. Why not? 35.224, 24 miles an hour. Why sweat it? You know, it's almost 9 o'clock, right? I don't know. It's time to get a Frappuccino, probably. We've got Adam Case in his 1997 Ford on the Lordco side. Guess we're just waiting for the young man to make his way off the track down there. Going against the flat deck, which, you know, this is pretty cool. Can go do a delivery, come to the racetrack, race. I like this guy. He's got a good jib. Isn't that what they say? He's going against Adam Case in his 97 Ford. I'm not sure, folks. Not really sure. Just a little eager, but a red light, so no time. 16.686 at 77 miles an hour for Adam. Camaro versus Camaro coming up next here at the Friday Night Street Legals. All right, it looks like the left lane with a red light. A 15.079 at 103 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Got a Tesla on the TCS side going against Bruce in his 1969 Rambler. Tesla with a 13.768, 105 miles an hour. Bruce with a 16.135 at 84 miles an hour. Battle Punch Buggy coming up next. look how close that is now. Lordco Lane 13.477 at 101. TCS 13.865 at 101. That's pretty cool. Adrian V, the 1973 Ventura, going against Ken Roberts in the 2019 Camaro. Ken Roberts with a 12.560 at 120 miles an hour. Adrian running a 14.366, 95 miles an hour. Keith Roberts, 2021 Camaro ZL1, going against the Dodge on the Lordco Lane. A 12.558 at 118 miles an hour in the Lordco Lane. Keith Roberts with a 13.748 at 121 miles an hour. Audi versus Audi here. Do believe it could be Sean in the Lordco Lane. Lordco Lane with a 12.805, 108 miles an hour. And the TCS side, a 13.884 at 97. Got a Camaro in the TCS side. Not sure what the Lordco Lane is. It's pretty cool, though. I might need one of those, too. Oh, look at that. 13.597, 98 miles an hour in the Lordco Lane. 15.325, 92 miles an hour for the Camaro. Interesting. We've got Mark in his 1980 Camaro in the Lordco Lane. And we haven't quite figured out what we've got in the TCS lane. We haven't got his card coming up on our computer. Whatever it is, it goes a 13.527, 112 miles an hour. Mark with a 14.819, 97 miles an hour. Volkswagen on the TCS side and Braden Walters in the 2003 Mazda on the Lordco side. Ooh, a red light on the Volkswagen. Braden Walters with a 13.551, 110 miles an hour. Stuart Sean, 79 Chev, going against Kevin Major. Kevin with a 13.950, 99 miles an hour. Stuart with a 14.512, 94 miles an hour. All right, started in like something he saw backing these vehicles up. Mustang versus Subaru. Mustang's definitely blowing some smoke out there. 11.863, 124 miles an hour. Lordco side 15.643, 93 miles an hour. James Costa, 2017 Volkswagen in the TCS lane, going against Dan Castle in his 2019 Challenger. Whoa, that Volkswagen just launched. A 12.485, 111 miles an hour for James. 16.655, 78 miles an hour for Dan. Volkswagen versus Volkswagen. We've got Paul Liu, 1990 Volkswagen in the Lordco lane. .055 at 113 miles an hour for Paul. 14.151, 115 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Ford versus Ford, pickup versus SUV. That's how we roll here. The Titanium Strip, Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals. Bring whatever you drive. It could be you too. 14.195, 98 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. A 15.286 at 92 miles an hour on the TCS side. Matt driving his 95 Civic on the Lordco side. Byron Hallowen in his 2017 Audi. .185 at 117 miles an hour for the Civic, and Matt 14.932 at 66 miles an hour on the TCS side. Chev truck versus BMW. BMW with a 12.077, 115 miles an hour. That's quick for an SUV. 15.788, 100 miles an hour on the Lordco side. Nissan in the Lordco lane. Dusty Roads, 81 Malibu in the TCS lane. Great pass, 11.364, 125 miles an hour for Dusty. Lordco lane, a 16.115, 65 miles an hour. Blazer versus Mustang. 12.143 at 113 miles an hour for the TCS side. 15.245, 82 miles an hour on the Lordco lane. Volkswagen versus Volkswagen coming up here. Friday night street legals. Over 100 vehicles showed up tonight. That is great racing action here in the Lower Mainland, or the Fraser Valley. $12.202, 120 miles an hour on the Lordco side. 12.588 at 110 miles an hour on the TCS side. GTR on the Lordco lane going against Michael Alfatoff, 2006 Corvette. Lordco lane, 11.022, 132 miles an hour. And Michael, he had a red light, unfortunately, in the Corvette. We have a BMW on the TCS lane going against Kay Weiss in 2015 Volkswagen. $13.270, 123 miles an hour on the TCS side. K with a 16.672, 85 miles an hour. Just a reminder, racers, you need to roll up your window as you go down the track. Calvert Dollywall on the TCS side going against Brad Sutton in his 72 Buick. Now Another close race, 13.171 for Calvier, 112 miles an hour. Brad with a 13.823, 96 miles an hour. Audi versus BMW. Starting to guess what these cars are. I feel proud. Again, I have a 2004 Toyota Corolla. I won't be racing. Lordco lane, 12.502, 115 miles an hour. TCS side, 13.066, 111. Kai Jesseman from Surrey, 1985 Regal, going against Mac in his 2014 F-150. Kai with a 14.173, 111 miles an hour. And Mac with a 15.799, 89 miles an hour. Royce in his 2016 Camaro in the Lordco lane, going against the Dodge in the TCS lane. Royce a 13.854, 81 miles an hour, and a 15.026, 94 miles an hour on the TCS side. Volvo in the TCS side, going against Rob Getz in his 2007 Ford. Pretty close race. Volvo with a 16.001, 95 miles an hour. Rob with a 15.726, 90 miles an hour. Ardars Prar, 2022 Hellcat. And going against, I'm not sure, but man, that's fast in the Lordco lane. 11.416, 121 miles an hour. Hardars with an 11.971, 125 miles an hour. Devin White, 2006 Ford F350 in the Lordco lane. Going against the Mustang in the TCS lane. Devin with an 11.969, 113 miles an hour. That's pretty trick truck you got there. 13.357, 109 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Infinity in the Lordco lane going against Terry Lee, 2018 Audi S4. Terry with a 12.025, 118 miles an hour. Lordco side of 13.320, 104 miles an hour. Savik Sahota in the 2008 Chev going against the Camaro in the TCS lane. Mr. Sahota with a 12.500, 120 miles an hour. And the TCS lane at 13.266, 111. Volkswagen versus BMW. TCS lane at 12.162, 115 miles an hour. Lordco lane 13.226, 124 miles an hour. I'd like to say hi to everyone on our live stream. Hey everybody, come on down for the next race. Bring your car, bring your truck, bring what you got. Will in the 2018 S5 going against Brendan in the 2009 Cobalt. Will's got an 11.505 at 120 miles an hour. Brendan with a 14.352, 92 miles an hour. Nissan versus Tesla. Coming right up. Friday night street legals. Here at the Titanium Strip Mission Raceways, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Also sponsored by Papa John's Pizza. Tesla, a 10.223, 138 miles an hour. Holy moly. An 11.297, 114 on the TCS side. Here comes Corvette versus Dodge. We've got a Dodge versus Ford truck. Just a reminder to our street legal friends, there's no sleepovers here tonight. Nope, everybody's going home and driving safely home, but no sleepovers tonight. We've got a special event tomorrow, so unfortunately we cannot have that. So just a reminder, no sleepovers. Truck with a 13.746 at 99 miles an hour. TCS lane a 13.880, 103. Close race. All right now we've got to pause and do some track maintenance. Got to fix some places on the track at this time. It's going to be about 15 minutes, 15 to 20. So I'm not going to lie to you. It's going to be a little bit of a break here in the action, but there's over 100 vehicles here, folks. There's a lot more racing action. Race Tire will be next. I'm not calling you, just saying. Lots more racing action to happen here. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Friday night street legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. What a great evening it has been. It's great to see all your smiling faces. I know it's getting late and some of you have little guys, but lots more racing to come if you care to stick around. Lots of yummy munchies, mini donuts at the BS Coffee Shop. Concession stand, go see Clara. She is a great cook. Walking tacos, chicken poutine, hot dogs, anything you need. The Pro Shop has ice cream, candy, t-shirts, hats. Badass Garage is here. You got to check them out. But if it is time to go now for you, we hope that you come back in a couple weeks. Bring some friends, maybe bring your car. Get some racing done because we like you to race with us at the strip and not on the streets. Much safer here, and hey, we want to watch you and cheer you on. Lots of racing coming up, a little bit of track and maintenance. Don't forget, Papa John's Customer Appreciation Week, that promo code BCLG50. Go give them a try. You know, Papa John's a sponsor Friday night street legal, so that's something. All right, we're going to take a brief intermission, folks. We'll be back with a lot more race action.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street tire, this is your call to the lane. Street tire. Sorry. Oops, I lied. Sorry, my friends. Race tire to the lanes, please. Race tire to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
All right. The Titanium Strip Admission Raceways Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Just about to get underway here with our race tire. All race tires, you should be in lane 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Race tires, lanes 1 through 4. Derek S. in Red Ruby on the Lordco side, a 2015 Mustang. Going against the Mustang in the TCS lane. Holy moly, let's start it off with a bang. Derek with an 11.121 at 130 miles an hour. And TCS lane 11.342, 130 as well. Wow, those guys are awesome. Adam Blender, 2018 Audi S4 in the TCS lane. Going against the Corvette in the Lordco lane. .372 at 121 miles an hour for Adam, and Lordco lane at 10.976, 125. Ricky Bazran from Surrey, BC is running the Mustang in the Lordco lane. Ryan in the 2007 GT 500. Ryan running an 11.443, 129 miles an hour. Ricky just having a couple issues, 19.330, 62 miles an hour. Ross Walker in the TCS lane, 2016 Corvette, going against Ved MM in the Wunner 2008 BMW. 10.902, 129 miles an hour for Ross Walker. Ved with a 13.775 and 93 miles an hour. Charger in the Lordco lane. Kevin Wicks in his 2022 Dodge in the TCS lane. Kevin running at 12.069, 113 miles an hour. And Lordco lane 12.116, 120. Oscar Joseph from Mission and Sweetness, 2006 Chrysler in the TCS lane. Daryl Puddicombe in his 1980 Malibu. Motorcycles to lane 4, please. Attention in the pits. Motorcycles to lane 4, please. Okay. We've got a Charger in the TCS lane and a 2016 Ford in the Lordco lane. 10.509, 131 miles an hour on the TCS side. 12.305, 122 miles an hour on the Lordco side. Mark Fiddler, 1973 Camaro going against Stephen Kennedy at 2020 Chev ZL1. Steven running a 10.785, 130 miles an hour. Mark with an 11.440, 118 miles an hour. We got Darren on the TCS side, 1989 Mustang going against Karen Price in the 1987 Chev truck. Aaron with a red light, little too quick. Darren at 18.773, 124 miles an hour. Karen a 13.239 at 104. '69 Nova run by Todd Smith on the TCS lane. Going against Don Murray in the Green Goblin 70 CUDA. The CUDA with a 9.22, 148 miles an hour. Whoa. Todd, a 10.874, 123 miles an hour. This is amazing racing. Racing is better at night, folks. Manny in the 1981 Oldsmobile going against Tony in his 73 Nova. Look at that, 10.210, 133 miles an hour for Manny, and a 10.543, 128. This is real awesome side-by-side racing here, folks. Mission Raceway is where it's at. Street legals. That could be you. Joseph Cover in his 1991 Stang called Raven. Going against the Dodge in the Lordco lane. .887 at 106 miles an hour for Joseph. Lordco lane with a 13.689 at 104 miles an hour. Roland Lowen in his 1955 Ford going against C. Hookham in his 2010 Dodge. .475, 109 miles an hour for Roland. C. Hookham 13.335 at 106 miles an hour. Nick Angelucci in his 1978 Malibu in the TCS lane. A 10.891 at 122 miles an hour for Nick. Can we get street tire to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please? Street tire. We'll get you over here into lane 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Oh. Heading on into motorcycle class here. Friday night street legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Tom Katnick on the TCS lane. TK Performance, a 2021 Harley Davidson. Going against Dustin Eagledon, TK Performance, riding his Harley. Tom with an 11.436 at 123. Dustin doing wheelie after wheelie. 12.823, 123 miles an hour. Darren Bauman in his 2008 XL14 in the Lordco lane. And I don't have the information on the TCS lane, but I know he's fast. Darren a little too quick on the draw. Red light, a 10.101, 141 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Steve Abuzini from Poco, BC in his Honda 1100XX in the TCS lane, going against Corey Craig, 2005 Suzuki. An 8.2 289, 164 miles an hour for Steve. A 9.006, 166 in the Lordco lane for Corey. Wow. I do not have what it takes to race those. We've got Chris in the Monster 2003 bike on the TCS side going against Johnny Phoenix, riding the Scary Terry 2007 X ZX 14, sponsored by Cascade Power Sports. Chris with an 8.881, 153 miles an hour, great reaction time. Johnny Phoenix a 9.391, 143 miles an hour. Nathan Trott from Surrey in his 2018 Ducati. Nathan with a 10.947, 144 miles an hour. Joshua Harvester in his 1993 Honda in the Lordco lane. And he's going against another Honda. Might be Sim, might not be. Honda versus Honda. Super close race. 17.237 for Sim, 80 miles an hour. 17.277, 79 miles an hour in the other lane. Very, very close. All the way down the track, super close. We've got Blake in the two Dodge Durangos. Bantier in the Lordco lane, having a great pass. 13.010 at 104 miles an hour. And in the TCS lane, 16.815 at 107 miles an hour. Matt in his 1992 S10 in the TCS lane. Leonard Benke in the 1984 S10. I've just been informed there's 128 cars in the street tire class. That's just street tire, folks. Wow. A 16.058, 87 miles an hour for Leonard. Matt, 16.038. Super close race there, too. Mike Barker in his 2013 Shelby Stang going against the Infinity. A 12.181 for Mike, 124 miles an hour. Lordco Lane, a 23.897, 40 miles an hour. Rob Getz in the 2007 Ford in the TCS lane going against Stefan, his 2015 Ram. Rob with an 11.902, 115 miles an hour. Stefan at 13.768, 99 miles an hour. Tesla Rush on YouTube, 2020 Tesla on the Lordco lane. Going against the Infinity in the TCS lane. Tesla at 11.506, 116 miles an hour. And the Infinity, a 13.149, 105 miles an hour. Glenn Norman in his Bigfoot 2008 Vet going against the Mustang. The Vet with a 12.552, 114 miles an hour, 13.325, 114 on the TCS side. Iqbal running the 2014 Q50 going against Paul in his Porsche. Paul with a great pass, 10.440, 132 miles an hour. Iqbal with a 14.018, 103 miles an hour. Lots of racing action here into the night at Mission Raceway. Friday night street legals is where it's at, folks. Be sure to tell your friends and bring them on down. Adam Case in the 1997 Ford going against Matthew Carbut, 28 Infinity, 2008 Infinity. Whoa, Infinity is a friggin' flat deck truck. Woohoo! Adam with a 16.922, 77 miles an hour, and the flat deck with a 16.983, 79 miles an hour. Dusty Rhodes 1981 Malibu on the Lordco side. Going against the Dodge here on the TCS side. TCS side a little quick on the draw, but Dusty in 11.869, 111 miles an hour. Justin Gill from Kamloops is in the TCS lane, 2015 BMW. Going against Tony from Coquitlam, 1999 Camaro RS, 5.7 liter. Justin with a 12.298, 115 miles an hour. Tony a 15.125, 102 miles an hour. Cameron Dockrell from Chilliwack, 2012 Mercedes versus Carl Sanga, 2011 Infiniti. Wow, Cameron an 11.805, 126 miles an hour, and Carl Sanga 13.356, 105 miles an hour. Cal running his 2017 Infiniti in the TCS lane, going against Felix in the 90 VW. Cal with an 11.458, 123 miles an hour. Felix 13.688, 111 miles an hour. Anthony Walker, 2008 Volkswagen, going against Ashton in his 2003 Volkswagen. Asian with an 11.3937, 120 miles an hour. Anthony at 12.642, 109. We have a Blazer going against Jeff Lagman, 2021 Model 3 Tesla. 11.4784, 114 miles an hour for that Blazer. And the Tesla, 14.018, 102 miles an hour. Camaro versus Camaro. We've got Ken Roberts in his 2019 Camaro in the TCS lane, going against Keith Roberts in his 2021 Camaro ZL1. Wonder if they're brothers. Could be father-son too. Never know. Roberts with a 12.141, 122 miles an hour, and Ken with a 12.992, 124 miles an hour. Harb Rube in the 1987 Honda in the TCS lane going against Mark in his 1980 Camaro. Harb with a 14.696, 110 miles an hour, and Mark with a 15.169, 94 miles an hour. James Duff, 1994 Toyota in the TCS lane, going against Jingzi Wang in the 2019 Audi. This guy knows how to drive that Audi. I need a chip for my 2004 Toyota Corolla to make it do that. 10.811, 130 miles an hour for Jingzi Wang. Awesome pass. James with a 17 is flat, 91 miles an hour. Lex Lawless, 2019 Mercedes, going against Roshan in the Q50. Side-by-side racing here all the way down the track so far. But it goes to Lex, 11.630, 128 miles an hour. Roshan, a 12.082, 114 miles an hour. Great racing action here. Friday night street legals. GTI in the Lordco lane going against Curtis Baroni in the 2009 Nissan. Lordco lane 10.612, 134 miles an hour. Curtis 12.505 at 113. Great cars we have out here tonight. 1985 Chev Christopher Smith in the TCS lane going against Chad McGowan in the 98 Nissan. Christopher with a 13.072, 111 miles an hour, and Chad McGowan a 14.649 at 106 miles an hour. We've got Kai Jessamine in his 1985 Regal. He is from Surrey, going against Neil Walser in his 1966 Plymouth. Super close. Kai taking it at 12.055 at 110 miles an hour. Neil with a 12.586 at 116. Ford Explorer in the Lordco lane. Going against a 2016 F-150. They couldn't read your name, so it's not on here. .215, 99 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. The F-150, a 15.605, 91 miles an hour. Just a reminder, there's no sleepovers, no camping out, no sleeping. Everybody's going home tonight. We have a event going on tomorrow. So we really need everybody to go home tonight. Sorry we can't have you tonight. No sleepovers, thanks. Mustang in the TCS lane, Camaro in the Lordco lane. Mustang with a 12.709, 121 miles an hour. The Camaro with a 15.343, 90 miles an hour. We've got Alex in a 64 Chevelle in the TCS side going against Steven Schmidt in a 65 Volkswagen Beetle. Alex with a 13.387, 98 miles an hour. Steven with a 15.99, 099 at 103. (2014) F-150 in the TCS lane, driven by Mac, going against Kay Weiss in the 2015 VW. Mac running a 15.887, 86 miles an hour. Kay Weiss a 16.998. 85 miles an hour. Adam Case, 1997 Ford truck going against Kevin, 1960 Volkswagen Beetle. Kevin Krieger, 13.967, 101 miles an hour. Adam with a 16.649, 77 miles an hour. Wow, that bug was just a flying. Dodge on the TCS side going against Royce Payette in the 2016 Camaro. Royce with a 13.203, 113 miles an hour. TCS side a 13.926, 103 miles an hour. Carl Sanga on the Lordco side, 2011 Infiniti, going against a Dodge in the TCS lane. .926, 83 miles an hour. And Call with a 13.477 at 103. Calvir Dollywall in the TCS lane going against Brad Sutton in the 72 Buick. Calvir with a 13.361, 111 miles an hour. Brad with a 15.789, 72 miles an hour. Infinity in the TCS lane going against James Duff in his 1994 Toyota. Infinity running a 13.209, 105 miles an hour. James Duff with a 17.28, 268, 85 miles an hour. Oh my. Just doing a little bit of track maintenance, making sure everybody's going to be safe for the rest of our racing program. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. If you had a great time tonight racing, be sure to rate us on Google or talk about us on Facebook. Whatever your social media is, tell everybody what a great time you had. I mean, it's only $50 to race, and you race for 6 or 7 hours. I mean, that's a great night of racing, great night of spectating, and just a cool way to hang out with your friends and race your car. Don't forget, we've got a big race coming up, Canada Day weekend, Door Wars 10, West Coast Pro Mods, MDA Fabrication, Outlaw 275s, Door Slammers, and much, much more. That will be a fun one to celebrate Canada Day with. July 8th to 10th, the Spectate Pro Drift event. July 29th to 31st, the Loafers Old Time Drags, all those nostalgic cars that you love. Be sure to join our Facebook page, Mission Raceway Park, and check out our website, missionraceways.com. While you're there, check out Titanium Auto Group's Facebook page. They're always giving these cash giveaways, free Mission Raceway tickets, all sorts of cool stuff, and they even give away cars from time to time. Titanium Auto Group sponsoring the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceways. Big thanks to Prospect Equipment sponsoring our starting line equipment. Thank you so much for helping us out. Don't forget to go to the concession stand and grab yourself some last-minute food for the drive home. Still just have a little bit of racing here to go. But Claire is there, and she makes the best burgers, and especially walking tacos and chicken poutine. I highly recommend it. I've seen it around the tower and made my tummy rumble. So check out Clara. Also mini donuts, frappuccinos, cappuccinos, all of the chinos with whipped cream on top. Can you tell I don't drink coffee? No, I don't, but those look good, those frappuccinos. Very good. Big thanks to all of our track officials today. It was a hot, hot day earlier, and look at them. They are pros, just speeding through all of these cars right now. Absolutely professional, and a pleasure to work with them. Great staff here at the Mission Raceway, great spectators and racers. Enjoying myself immensely. We'll be getting back to racing action here after our track maintenance in just a few moments. All right, the Titanium Strip Admission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, is back after a little track maintenance. We've got to listen to the bosses. When they want to fix it up, we'll listen. We've got Derek in Red Ruby, that 2015 Mustang in the TCS lane, and Ryan in the 2007 GT 500 in the Lordco lane. .525, 129 miles an hour for Derek. Ryan with a 17.752, 60 miles an hour. Infinity in the TCS lane, going against the 2016 Ford. .133 in the TCS lane, 113 miles an hour, and Lordco lane 11.810, 123. Kevin Wicks in the 2022 Dodge, going against Ricky Bazran from Surrey in the Mustang. Kevin with a 12.149, 113 miles an hour. Ricky with a 12.155, 116. Corvette in the TCS lane, going against Herbod, a 2012 BMW. .573, 131 miles an hour in the Lordco lane, 13.444 and 107 on the TCS side. TCS lane, I think it's a Buick in the Lordco lane, but wow, an 11.285, 121 miles an hour. TCS side, a 13.270 at 112. In the TCS lane, we have Darren, a 1989 Mustang, going against Karen Price in that 1987 Chevy. Darren, a 10.859, 124 miles an hour. Karen with a 12.473, 107 miles an hour. Rolling into motorcycle class here at Friday Night Street Legals. If anyone here is interested in sponsoring the motorcycle class, we actually don't have a sponsor for them. Street Tire sponsored by Racing Greed. Race Tire sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Motorcycle could be sponsored by you. We have Dustin in the Lordco lane, TK Performance on his Harley. And the TCS side is not coming up, sorry. .133, 141 miles an hour on the TCS lane. 10.688, 132 for Dustin. Johnny Phoenix running Scary Terry, 2007 ZX14, sponsored by Cascade Power Sports, going against Chris Weens in the Monster 2013 of 1400. Johnny Phoenix versus Chris Weens. With an 8.903, 152 miles an hour, folks. Johnny, a 9.423, 143. These are amazing times for these guys. Nathan Trott, the 2018 Ducati, going against Corey Craig, 2005 Suzuki. Corey Craig not fooling around, 163 miles an hour, 9.082. Nathan at 10.416, 146 miles an hour. Don Murray just doing a little test pass. .071, 149 miles an hour. I love that car. Blazer in the Lordco lane going against Kay Weiss, 2015 VW. That Blazer's something else. 11.927, 113 miles an hour. K with a 17.061, 86 miles an hour. Harb Roop, 1987 Honda in the TCS lane going against a Mark in this 1980 Camaro in the Lordco lane. Harb with a 12.659, 114 miles an hour. Mark a 15.649, 93 miles an hour. Amazing racing continuing on into the night. Do you believe that's the 55 Ford in the Lordco lane going against the Mustang? Ford with a 13.215, 103 miles an hour, and the TCS lane of 14.231, 88 miles an hour for the Mustang. Infinity in the TCS lane going against Steven Schmidt, 1965 Volkswagen Beetle. Just a reminder, folks, there's no camping overnight tonight. No camping. Everybody's going home tonight. So please, just a reminder, no sleepovers tonight. TCS lane of 13.240, 105 miles an hour. Steven in his Volkswagen Beetle at 22.484, 36 miles an hour. Dodge on the Lordco side. Rob Getz on the TCS side. 2007 Ford Rolling Coal. Rob with a 16.040. And Lordco side with a 13.813. 103 miles an hour. Next up, Dodge versus Dodge. Lanes are now closed. Lanes are now closed. TCS side at 12.065, 113 miles an hour. Lordco side 13.138, 106 miles an hour. Got a Mustang in the TCS side going against Kai Jesseman from Surrey, 1985 Regal. $11.709, 116 miles an hour for Kai, and 12.902, 113 miles an hour on the TCS side. We have Paul. Oh, no, we don't, because that's a Porsche. But two last motorcycles coming up to the line here. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway's Friday Night Street Legals. Sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. Always a great night. Here are our final competitors. These two motorcycles. Chris and Johnny. Look at that. Pulling out the tech cards. .142 for Chris, 139 miles an hour. Johnny with a 9.403, 143 miles an hour. That wraps up an exciting day of racing. There were well over, probably about 130 cars. My estimation, I know maybe there was just that actually in the street class. What a great race. Congratulations to all the racers, pit crew. Thanks to all the spectators that came out today. Big thanks to our track officials. It was a challenging day. Thanks to all the ladies in the tower. And thank you so much to our sponsors, Titanium Auto Group, Lordco TCS Torque Converters, and special thanks to Papa John's Pizza. Be sure to check them out, folks. There's a half price offer right now. Remember, the promo code is BCLG50, BCLG50. My name's Chrissy on behalf of Mission Raceway, all of our staff, and everyone here in the tower. Have a great, safe evening. Please drive home safely, doing the speed limit, and we will see you in 2 weeks, folks. Friday night street legals. Have a great evening.